Gillian, right here. First of all, congratulations on a record-setting performance. I don't know if you know, but I think now you are the sole record holder for most submission wins in UFC women's history.
I didn't even think about that until now, so that's pretty awesome. I know that Mackenzie Dern took that record from me a couple months back. So
I think you were tied, and now you're at the top.
So yeah, it's nice to be on top, and I hope that I can push that record to the point where nobody is going to be able to catch me.
Well, looking at this fight specifically, did that go according to plan? I know you weren't expecting eye gouges in there, but did that go as smoothly as you had expected?
My coach asked me what I wanted, and it's the takedown and to take the throat. So exactly what we wanted.
Now, while she's gouging your eyes in there, what's going through your head? Are you saying, are you speaking to the ref while this is happening?
I'm definitely just hoping that the ref stops the fight at that point, wondering why he's not even I don't even think he gave her a warning, because there's two that were pretty clear that I felt decent, that was thumb straight in my eye. But I was just trying to squeeze. Before the first one, I actually thought I felt her body go limp a little bit. So I thought she was out. And then I felt the thumb go straight in my eye. So I was like, oh, she's not out. Okay.
Finally, I know you want to build off of this impressive performance. Is there a name you would like next, or when do you want to return to the octagon?
I'm trying to get back on the schedule that I used to be on, trying to get in there every 2 or 3 months, just stay busy, and no name in particular. I'm just trying to climb the ranks, trying to really build a name for myself now.
First, she missed weight pretty heavily, and then you come in and do the eye gouge. Is it hard for you to not hold that against her and feel some bad feelings towards her? Because I know a lot of you competitors, you want to go out there, you might talk a little bit of game, but then you fight and everything's done. But is this something where now you have something to carry over, the fact that she was bad at weight and now bad in the cage?
I guess not for me personally. No, not necessarily. I'm fairly easygoing, I guess. So it is what it is. Making weight, I feel like that is a big thing. Literally, as a fighter, you have 2 jobs. You have to make weight and you have to show up. So it's she failed at doing one of those jobs. So I definitely don't think that's an okay thing, but it is what it is. And I still got the win, still went out there and got what I needed to do. So nothing I can complain about.
Did you have any sort of inclination that she was coming in heavy? And when she did, was there any thought that you weren't going to take the fight?
I don't think if she has 5, 10, 20 pounds on me, it's going to make a difference. I'd still be better than her at the end of the day. So that's all that mattered to me.
And when the kind of what he was saying, when the eye gouge was going in, was there any point where you thought that you'd have to stop the choke to try to address the gouge, or were you just hoping for the best, that it would end before anything happened?
I guess when you're in the cage, it's kind of a different world in there. You don't really feel things as you would normally. So it's I could feel her finger in my eye and deep in my eye, but it's not necessarily the pain that you would expect if it happened during training or an everyday scenario. So it wasn't necessarily that bad, painfully. So I was just squeezing, hoping for the choke.
And then lastly, I know where you have a reason to celebrate this, but we're also getting to the end of the year with the holidays. How do you celebrate the end of the year? Are you doing anything special now that the fight's going to be done for the year?
This is me just beginning to think about Christmas now. I feel like I've been in a fight camp for 2 months now, so I haven't even thought about the holidays, haven't thought about anything like that. So now we're just going full Christmas mode, going into it, spending some time with family and spending some time with my dog.
And looking at next year, what sort of goals are you setting for yourself?
I feel like this is the beginning of my title run. This is the beginning of my win streak. So I want to get 4 fights next year, hopefully all wins. And then maybe a year or 2 be looking at Valentina across the cage for me. Congrats on the win. Thank you.
Hey, Gillian right here. Was wondering, what's the origin of you calling them throat cuddles when you're getting that rear naked choke?
It's just me and my friends joking around. I always said that I would just give them a gentle, cuddle until you fall asleep. So it's essentially that, just a gentle throat cuddle.
Thank you.
Gillian back here. As mentioned, she gouged the eyes and missed weight and all that. But after a fight, you embraced her as if it was nothing. Did you just kind of let that slide, or did you forget it in the moment?
For me, I just let it slide. I don't know. It's a fight. Sometimes I guess you don't really know what's going through her head. I don't know. She was probably in a moment of desperation, didn't really have a defense. So her defense was her eye gouge. So I don't necessarily have any hard feelings towards her for that. Or I guess professionally, like I said, it's not great to miss weight. But other than that, it is what it is. We fought it out and we can hug at the end of the day.
And at the weigh-ins, there was a sizable amount of fans chanting "Savage, Savage." Are you noticing that you're sort of breaking into your own in the terms of reaching out to UFC fans and getting a larger and larger following?
I guess I don't really notice it myself. Even like anytime I have a fan come up to me and they're like, "Oh, can I take a picture with you?" I'm like, "Oh, I have fans." Like it's always a shock to me. So, yeah, it's always surprising that I'm even here.
And what do you think it'll take for you to start embracing that star quality, or will you perhaps always have this sort of naivety with it?
I have no idea because I feel like I live a fairly simple life. I'm like, I don't feel like I live like a star life or anything special. So I feel like I stay pretty low key and it's probably going to stay like that.
All right, thank you.
Gillian, back here. It's your fourth win by rear naked choke. Is this one going to stand out in the manner and the way that you're able to catch her with it?
I think so a little bit, just the way I was to the side of her a little bit. But I feel like I'm known in general for my style for capitalizing on the choke without going for the hook. So it's like submission before position, which is, I guess, in traditional jiu-jitsu, you're not supposed to do that. So it's definitely something that I feel like stands out in the jiu-jitsu community.
And also tonight from on the mount, you were working those elbows beautifully. Do you feel like you took another step with your ground and pound this evening?
I 100% did. I feel like I took another step with my ground and pound this whole camp. I feel like I've just been able to capitalize and getting in better punching positions, being able to do damage on the ground. And even my stand-up, I feel like, is moving forward so much more than it ever was before.
Thank you.
Let's drink your water first. Well, Tony, congratulations on the victory. What are your initial thoughts after a victory after such a long layoff?
Yeah, I'm excited. Obviously, I'm excited. We come to win, so getting the win is always, it's exciting.
Did you expect the fight to end that violently? I mean, I saw you doing a lot of switch stances at the beginning, and then even in coming out to the second round, you threw a lot of low calf kicks. It seemed like he was kind of heavy on his lead leg. It seemed like you just had this game plan, like paint by the colors to the finish. Is that how you envisioned that fight plan?
Yes and no. Like, yes, with a game plan, but I was hoping to get him out of there in the first round. I keep seeing all of this, the media talk about, if it's in the first round, it's his fight. Anything after that, so I was really trying to prove that even in the first round, it didn't matter. But we got it done.
Did you feel any sort of strength advantage in there, especially in the first round when you were kind of pushing up against the fence? Did you feel like a significant strength advantage against him?
Definitely, and I wasn't even really trying to take him down. I was just trying to wear his arms out, talk a little bit, get grimy, let him know. So I think it went well. Yeah, it was perfect.
When you before the finishing sequence on the ground, did you drop him with a knee to the body? Even the broadcast didn't quite understand how, or did he just fall trying to escape damage?
I think he tried to make it like turn it into a shot, maybe. But I feel like that knee definitely hurt him. I heard him go, ugh. And then I heard his corner go, no, like when he shot in. And I was like, oh, you fucked up. So.
Finally, after such a long layoff, I'm sure you want to be active next year. Is there a date in mind you want to get your first fight back after this victory?
Yes, I would like to fight in Texas in February, or I hear that you guys are going to Florida in April, maybe. I don't know if that's like a little birdie or if that's valid or not, but if it is, I want Florida. Texas or Florida is a lot closer to home, so that would be great.
Any specific names, or just those are the dates you like?
Those are the dates I like. I like the fight with Adrian Yanez. He just got a win over Randy as well, so I like that matchup.
Hey, Tony, over here.
Where we
Right here. What's up, man? Congratulations.
Thank you.
A lot of people made on the broadcast the 20-hour drive from Louisiana. I mean, now that you went through fight week and everything after the drive, do you stand by it? Was everything just less stressful making the trip out here that way?
Yeah, joke's on y'all, motherfuckers. They say 21 hours. It was me and my crew. We drove down. It was smooth. We went to Scottsdale, Arizona. I got some oxygen therapy, got some massages, carried everything with me. Shot up here a 4-hour drive. Wasn't shit, I'll do it every time.
Having your camp all at home in Louisiana as opposed to traveling, just how much did that help in terms of getting dialed in for this camp?
Oh, it's huge. We finally ironed everything out to be able to stay back home. And there's nothing like home, sleeping in your own bed, cooking your own food. It's like that X factor, So glad we dialed it in and got it in place finally.
Your fellow Louisiana guy, Matt Schnell, obviously had his fight canceled, unfortunately. Was there a little more pressure to set the tone early in the night for the state of Louisiana?
There's never pressure, baby. Never pressure. That's why they call me prime time. But that sucks for Matt, I don't really know. I haven't spoken with him, so I don't know the circumstances. I heard it was like a medical issue, and I wish him nothing but the best,
And then finally, obviously, the holidays are coming up. Do you think Andrea's going to buy you the drum set, or do you think you might have to get that yourself?
Oh, I think she can maybe pull that off for me, hopefully. Either a PS5 or a drum set. Hint, hint.
Hey, congrats, man.
Thank you, Gabe.
Good luck finding
Tony Herman back.
Yeah, right. No, whoever said that. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
Herman back. You had previously said that you saw quit in him. Could you just sort of expand upon that and maybe relay how it related to your game plan?
Man, I can see it all when I watch these fighters, I get in there, I like to talk a little bit, and I like to try to feed off the energy. And all the fights leading up to this fight, I see quit. He's a front runner. He's a guy that comes out and bullies people. He's used to having his way with it. He's not used to somebody bullying him. And so that was the game plan. Talk a little bit, get rough, get grimy, and we executed perfectly.
And what did you make of the stoppage? Because it seemed like you were really just going off on him, and the referee wasn't stepping in despite him not improving his position or anything like that. What do you think of it?
Well, he's giving him every chance. We all want that. If that's me on the bottom, I want that. You better not stop it. I'm still in this until the last second, last breath I take. So I'm willing to die in there, and I'm willing to kill in there. And so, hey, if I got to keep beating you for another minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so be it.
And final one for me, you mentioned Adrian Yanez, who has really been hot, now in the bantamweight division. He hasn't really, a lot of fighters that had problems with him. What would you say is the key to defeating him?
Just more of what you saw tonight, I'm a grimy son of a bitch from the swamps of Louisiana. And when you get in there with me, you're going to find that out. I'm not here to pit pat. I don't play this little slick shit. All you guys they got great technique. All of these guys are technicians, but they don't have a dog like I got. I promise you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
One back here from me.
Yes, sir.
It's 2 in a row now for you. Do you feel there's a common thread between the last 2 camps that's led to this success?
My team. That's the common thread, man. I've got an awesome team back home, Shreveport, Louisiana. We're doing some stuff down there in the swamps, baby. Y'all better pay attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
get Erin Blanchfield. Erin Blanchfield. Yeah.
Ready? Well, congratulations on the victory. What are your initial thoughts after such a dominant performance over Miranda Maverick?
I'm pretty happy with it. I wish I could have hit her a little bit more. She was good at holding my wrist and stopping me from getting my ground and pound that I like. But the fight felt pretty smooth. It went the way I wanted it to, so I'm pretty happy with it.
So going off of you saying that you went the way you wanted to, your 7 takedowns have tied the most in a UFC flyweight history ever. So I'm assuming wrestling was the base of this game plan, correct?
Oh, well, actually, I started in no-gi jiu-jitsu and kickboxing. I got into wrestling more when I started fighting MMA. But it kind of came natural to me. I'm good in the clinch. I feel strong there, and I've learned a lot of techniques. I'm very technical there, so I feel like it kind of comes off easy in my fights. But yeah.
Miranda had so much hype for so long. So a lot of people, even the broadcasters, said that at one point they both picked Miranda to be future champion of this division. So after kind of just running through her like that, did anything surprise you in there, whether what she didn't do or what she did do?
I think her striking, she had decent fakes, but other than that, everything felt easier than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I know everyone picked her to win, but I feel like that's probably just because she looks a little more muscular. I don't look like I should be able to be this strong and beat these people, but I know I can, and I have the technicality and the ability to do so. So I'm going to keep surprising people until I'm champ.
At the face-off yesterday, she seemed pretty intense when she was squaring off with you. Was there anything between there, or was it you think it was just her trying to psych herself up?
No, we both fought in Invicta, so we've been around each other a lot, and we're going to get matched up to fight once or twice, but it never really happened. And I wanted to fight her, and I think she knew I wanted to fight her, so maybe she was just trying to psych me out a little bit, but that shit don't work on me. I knew I was going to beat her, and I did exactly what I wanted to.
And finally, I know in your post-fight interview you said I need to get better if I eventually want to beat Valentina at this point. But Valentina's being so many people in that top 15 already. A lot of people might want to kind of shoot you up the rankings quickly because you're a fresh name. Do you ever have to kind of step back and say let's do this slowly, or do you want that rapid rise right away?
I think the UFC will do what they want. I'll take whoever they want me to fight next. I'm not even in the rankings yet, so I don't think they're going to try to push me that fast. I know I'm young, but I have a lot of experience in this game, and I think I'll take the steps I need. And I know when I get to that fight, I'll be ready for it.
Erin, right here. Did anything, obviously Miranda changed camps. Was there anything that she did differently than some of the tape you studied? Could you see any changes in her game that seemed to come from working with her new team?
No, not really. I think she hops around to a lot of camps, and you need to spend some time with coaches in order to improve. You can't just be constantly hopping back and forth. It's going to be hard to get better. So I didn't really see anything different than for what we studied in the tape.
There was also the irony that the Macy Barber fight, a lot of people thought she won it, and then obviously she gets this fight after Macy pulls out. Is Macy somebody you still see yourself getting matched up with soon, or do you feel like you're maybe moving more upward direction for another opponent?
I'd definitely fight Macy if they wanted me to. I think it makes sense. We're both young and up and coming in this division. But honestly, whoever is ready to fight, I know she was hurt. I don't know how long she's going to be out for, so I'm not really going to wait around for people. I'll just see whoever they want me to fight next.
What's the first thing that you're going to eat to enjoy the holidays?
Well, my friend got me tickets for Chainsmokers, so I'm going to go out to that after this. So I'm not sure we're going to eat, but probably too many drinks probably today.
Congrats and enjoy.
Thank you.
Erin, in the middle back here. I'm just curious, for you, how cool is it to get the family involvement in this journey you're on?
Yeah, my family's always been super supportive of me, and I always have my brother in my corner, and I'm in his corners too when he fights. I feel like it's just a calming thing. We've been training together for so long that we both know each other's games and we can help each other out. It's just, it's super nice to have that support.
And are you already thinking about, when you want to get back in there?
I'm not really sure. Definitely early 2022, but no set plans yet.
Ideally, how many fights do you like to have in a year?
Probably around 3, I think would be good a year. Yeah.
Congrats, Erin.
Thank you.
Congrats on the performance. You looked phenomenal tonight. Last round's coming up. Their corner is saying pretty much that she needed a finish. What did you do to stay composed and know that you were going to get the most, not necessarily reckless, but the most dangerous out of her for those last 5? And how did you stay composed knowing that?
I didn't really think she'd probably be that dangerous. She's probably going to be more reckless because she knew she'd go for broke. I maintain my composure from the first to the third. Same things, just listen to my coaches, go out there, feel it out, don't rush anything. And just feel it. I know how to fight, so just feel it when I get in there.
Congrats on the win, Dickie.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one for me.
Yeah.
It almost sounded like you were surprised at how easily you were able to sort of handle her in there. If you look back at your camp, what would you credit to the surge in strength and the dominance out there?
I think just all my training partners that I'm always grinding in the gym with everybody. Nothing like in particular, but I think just having my teams and always focusing on technique first, not necessarily just using my strength, but I feel like when I get in there, I feel stronger than them. I think it's the technique really. So I think just everybody that I train with is helping me get better every day. So.
And at what point in the fight did you kind of feel like you'd be able to have your way and be able to dominate her in that fight? Did you feel it early on that you were stronger and that she didn't have anything for you?
Yeah, I mean, when we were feeling each other out in the striking in the very beginning, she felt a little bit better than I thought she was going to be, but then the second she like overthrew a punch and I was able to get to her back and just like took her down like super easy, I was like, oh, this is going to be my fight all day. I just need to feel it out for a few seconds, but once I felt it out, I knew I was going to win this fight.
Congrats on the victory.
Thank you.
I had one in the back. Yeah. It's a 5-fight win streak now. Do you feel like this is where you start taking on foes with numbers next to their name and making that climb?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely want my next opponent to be ranked. I don't really care who it is, but I definitely want to start breaking into the rankings very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right here, in the front. First of all, congratulations on the victory. What are your initial thoughts after getting back into the win column in that fight?
Oh, thank you so much. My initial thoughts are I'm happy to be back. It's just great to be fighting more frequently. I was happy to have a tough opponent in Darren Minner. I'm really thankful for my corners, Adam Benayoun, Darren Wanyama, Greg Jackson. I was really lucky to have a great training camp for this one. No injuries for a change other than the broken hand last time. I'm just looking forward to fighting again soon.
Was this your first fight with Jackson in your corner?
Yes, this is the first fight that I've had with Greg. It's, obviously, for us, a hobby, everyone at TriStar, Kenny Flynn, they're always my coaches as well. And it's, everyone gets along and we've all been working together, but it's tough sometimes. You have to, I had to make a couple changes in terms of my training structure after last time. And also with COVID travel restrictions being what they are sometimes, there was some difficulty there, but, obviously I continue to represent the people with whom I've been training my entire career. And I'm happy to bring some new great help into the fold as well.
Did you feel any sort of difference in your performance with Greg in your corner? I know, or is it just at this point you've been doing this for so long, you just need a voice in there to kind of guide you?
Oh man, Greg is a phenomenal resource and a phenomenal coach and a good friend. I feel very thankful, to have his guidance and advice. And obviously, I feel the same way about Darren Wanyama, who's I've been training with since I guess we met in 2007. Been training together consistently since a little later than that. And, I feel like they're really, really helping me understand, the directions that I need to be adjusting and improving in MMA after the fight. The Poirier fight was a tough one because, I had a long layoff. I had a lot of injuries. I had 2 surgeries in that camp. And then I had some really, really frustrating bad luck, like directly in the fight, broken hand, bad headbutt, and, some questionable decision-making on my part too. But, at the end, after that fight, I started with going, hold on, maybe everything is wrong. Let's look back and make sure that I've been doing some really poor thinking in terms of strategy, things like that. Maybe assumptions that I was making about how things work, how fighting works, what I need to be doing. I don't want to start with, well, of course I'm right, and then let's just run it back. And let's start with maybe I'm wrong here, and then work our way back to what we need to change and what we don't. And, obviously I try to engage as many expert people as I can for that sort of thing, to check my work and check my thinking, because if I knew what to do all the time, I would do it. And obviously I don't.
What was the biggest change you found that you knew you had to make after this moment of reflection?
Well, I think, I definitely needed to have one. So it was tough because when I was away for a long time, and I also started to have, I had just weird like wear and tear injuries, and then I was supposed to fight Dan Ige in the beginning of this year and tore my hip flexor most of the way off the bone. That was like a traumatic, like bad luck one. But I think, that was kind of like this. I don't know if that was maybe the brick or the block of whatever that broke the camel's back, but it was definitely I was training around a lot of things, and I think that I wasn't getting the realistic feel, that I needed to have in training camp sometimes. And also when you're away from the ring for 2 years, sometimes you get into play mode, and I'm always trying to explore different ideas and different things and different tactics. Some of them I think they're a really good idea. Some of them I think they're a really good idea. They're not a really good idea. And the only way is when you really get in there. And that's where I think, again, making sure that training is as realistic as it needs to be. If it's too safe, it's no good. If it's too dangerous, that's tough too. But if I had to err on the side of one versus the other, you have to look for realism and make sure that you're getting the feedback that you need in practice and camp. And we've been working hard to do that. And another person who's really, really helped me a great deal has been a absolute striking genius, a guy named Eddie Abasolo out of the Resistance in San Francisco. Is a training partner and a friend of Darren's of mine. And man, he's just made an unbelievable difference for me. So I was really thankful to have the opportunity to go into the ring and work on some new things. Wasn't super happy with some of the execution, but I was happy with the effort. Let me put it that way.
And then looking at this fight specifically, I mean, even in the first round, I think Derek was coming in with this like looping right uppercut a lot.
Yeah.
And even the broadcast was saying like when Derek is on the standing, he's finding some success. But when he go to the ground, he would follow you right in there. And his coaches were screaming, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Were you surprised that he would continuously kind of follow you down to the canvas?
Yeah, that weird, like where the heck angle was I was like, all right, wait, and then I was getting whacked with that a little bit. That took a bit of an adjustment. He throws punches at interesting angles, and that's again something as a striker as I'm working on being a lot better, like closer to people rather than just using a giant gap to keep us apart. The experience level, and you'll see certain things pretty good, and you'll see certain things you're like, well, definitely need more practice there, and that was one of them. But Derek's a very confident grappler, and I wasn't surprised to see him bet on that. I would match grappling, intentionally with anyone, in the world, honestly. But it's, Derek has many submissions in MMA. He's a tough guy. He's a good athlete. I wasn't surprised to see him try to pursue that. And I would just say if I were him, I might have done the same thing.
After all these injuries and these long layoffs you've had, how many fights do you want in 2022?
Man, I wanted a bunch of fights this year, and then I hurt my freaking hip, and then I broke my hand, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. But 2 is better than 0. So I'm pretty happy with that. Next year, if I could get between 4 and 5 fights, that would be phenomenal. I'm going to keep working hard. I'm going to be back to work. I'm going home for the holidays, see my wife, see my son, see family and friends. And then come January 1st, we're right back on it. I want to be back in the gym. I'm going to be in the gym this week, but I want to be in training camp soon. I want to fight maybe as soon as March. I want to fight again after that. I want to fight again after that. I came here for the toughest opposition. I'm not anywhere near done. I just look forward to getting back in the ring soon against the toughest people that I can, growing with the partners that I need to grow, making sure that I'm being challenged appropriately in training and appropriately in my ideas, so that if I'm doing something dumb, I find out outside the ring, ideally, rather than in. And I just can't wait. So I'd like to fight again soon, maybe March, April at the absolute latest.
Last one for me. Are there any specific names you have in mind? I know in the past you've kind of looked at these specific names above you, or you just want to fight whoever as much as possible.
I think that, when I was in, I think I was as high as number 12, and then I got removed from the rankings because of the long inactivity. You know, granted there were 3 fights that fell out back to back to back, and I wasn't backing out of fights. I've never turned down a fight that said, hey, this guy's a problem or something like that. In fact, I accepted a fight against Ilia Topuria, who is, you know, very tough fighter, but not in the rankings, not someone that I had to fight by any stretch of the imagination, but someone that was important for me to fight. Where I'm like, yeah, I wanted that. Now I would have liked to do it without injuries and without some serious bad luck. And I look forward to getting that one back later on. I really would like another crack at that at some point in the future. But yeah, I want someone at the tail end of the rankings, maybe a Caceres. I think he was 15 or something like that. I think that's appropriate. And I just look forward to getting back in again as soon as possible and continuing to demonstrate increasing skill and increasing sharpness that comes from being in the ring. I don't think anybody fights great with, or nearly as great as they could with, giant chunks of inactivity.
Dominick Cruz is pretty good.
Dominick Cruz is pretty dang good. I think as amazing as Dom is, and also he has a lot more MMA fights than I do. That's something interesting as well. I'm looking forward to doing ADCC Abu Dhabi Submission Wrestling next year. I've been doing jiu-jitsu for, I guess, almost 18 years now. I haven't competed in that sport in a long time, but I do have like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of matches. So, you know, obviously I'll be doing some jiu-jitsu prior to that, you know, if the stars align and I'm able to get myself in there. But I think it's kind of more similar in that regard. Inactivity hurts me a lot more in MMA than it does in jiu-jitsu. And obviously Dom is Dom. You know, what works for Dom, I agree with him that ring rust isn't a real thing, but it's not as real as people make it out to be. But let's put it this way, being active never hurt anybody.
Brian, just to say, when you first came in here, you look like you were shaking your hand off. Is your hand good? Is that just sort of just shaking off the cobwebs, or did you feel like you maybe injured it a little bit?
No, thank goodness it's fine. I actually have a big old screw in there now. I tried to get them to put it in all the other metacarpals, and they wouldn't do it, which I was kind of disappointed about. One of the like broke off-brand Wolverine.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, but they weren't having it. Anyway, no, everything's fine. I think I blocked a kick or two, elbowed him a couple times. So, like, you know, things are a little sore, but nothing to complain about. I have no injuries. I'm going to be right back to training and look forward to getting back in. And also, it's nice. I have to say huge thanks to Inova Hospital and Exos back home, the guys and girls there that have helped me kind of fix all the injuries and whatnot that I've had over time, because I can't even tell you how much better I feel physically than, let's say, 2-3 years ago, and certainly better than like this time last year. I honestly was going like, man, I don't know how much longer I have left, just because, you know, you get up in the morning and touching your toes is a bit of an issue. And I was supposed to be the guy that can put his leg behind his head without warming up. So that was disquieting. And anyway, it's gotten a lot better. So no injuries. Thank you.
And last thing for me, I know it looked like, I want to say it was maybe the second round. I know that there was some talk that his team was like, why are you going to the ground? Why are you doing anything? It looked like he maybe hurt you a little bit, or maybe rocked you a little bit. Was there any point in the second round where you did get a little bit dazed?
No, I don't think so. You know, he landed a decent punch or two in the first round. If I recall, I want to say the first round. Nothing to write home about, and I don't feel like I was ever hurt. The hardest I've ever been hit in a fight was the headbutt against Topuria. When I broke my hand, I didn't even know what happened in the fight, actually. I thought it was a punch. I thought it was the world's hardest slap hook. And I was like, holy crap, this dude's hits hard. And it turns out it's, when you headbutt someone, or when I try to crack you from like me to you, which is not always the greatest idea. And then I immediately break my hand on your dome and then smoke my face into it and then bounce backwards and then get punched. I was like, that was that was the hardest shot I've ever been hit with. And I remember at the time just being like, yikes. All right, keep going. But this was nothing like that. Derek landed a shot or two, but no, I felt composed. I felt good, and I feel all right.
Congrats on the victory.
Thank you.
We'd mentioned that earlier. James Krause, Derek's head coach, was just shouting for him to stand up when he was taking it to the ground. Could you hear that in there?
Yeah, a little bit. I heard. I could definitely hear James. James, obviously a good corner and a vocal corner, as all good corners are, at least when it's important to be. And he was saying to get away from him. I was doing my best to make that difficult. But sometimes I will say, it's you take a guy like Derek and he has so much success on the ground. Sometimes you'll pursue it. I do my best. If I hear my corners, I'm not going to ignore them. Or if I don't do what they say, it would be because and I heard them, it would have to be because some crazy exigent thing that only I can feel. But for the most part, and there has to be that trust there, I think. But, I'm not surprised. Sometimes people are very, very comfortable in a certain arena and they try to pursue it a little bit. I just did my best to make sure that I could follow the fight wherever it went.
I feel like in many ways in modern MMA, the bottom game is kind of a lost art. You were dominating him from the bottom on that second round. Why was that? Why were you able to make that so effective in that?
You know, I've worked hard over the years to understand, you know, what allows jiu-jitsu to work, and certainly what allows jiu-jitsu to work in MMA. I think I got to show a little bit more of that in this fight because Derek was willing to engage me. And that's the thing about the bottom game is, you know, you only really use your guard when, you know, as a weapon when people try to come beat you up. You can shake it at people like a stick and they may back away, which is usually what's happened in the past. But Derek is actually the first opponent I've ever had in a mixed martial arts fight to pursue on the ground from the top position. And, you know, he did his best to kind of, you know, not move and transition too much. And he did a good job of finding his way out of some sticky spots. But, you know, I feel like I was able to land effective shots, was able to sweep, was able to score, was able to threaten submissions. And, you know, it's just something that I've worked on a great deal. You know, I mean, people could be forgiven, you know, for thinking or wondering, I guess, like, yeah, maybe it's all, I was like, hey, maybe it's all smoke and mirrors. Maybe I fall over and all you got to do is just run over and punch me in the face. I try to make it a little bit more difficult than that, but I've been lucky to, you know, to have great partners. I've got my friend Adam Benioun, one of our black belts in the back. I've been training with some of the best jiu-jitsu guys in the world for a very, very long time. You know, getting beat up by them, learning, training with you guys at TriStar, training at Greg's, training with Darren, training with you guys at the Resistance, training all over the place. And I bring people to Virginia to help me learn as much as possible. And a large focus of that over time has been, you know, how jiu-jitsu works when there are punches, when there are elbows, when people are trying to hurt you. And, you know, I would just enjoy exchanging ground strikes, anything with anybody going forward. But obviously, as you can see, my striking needs to continue to improve.
Sure. And then last one for me. I mean, this is the 2021 fought twice. It was the first year in 7 years where you were able to get more than one fight. Just even that alone, getting the second one. Did you notice like a difference? Just even that?
Oh yeah, man. I can't even tell you. I got to be honest. It was great to be there. I loved being in the fight. It was a little bit, you know, it was a little sloppier than I would have liked, if I'm honest, you know, but at the same time, it was just great to be back. I felt calm. It felt like home. You know, you're back in T-Mobile. It reminded me, I'm like, oh, I've been here. I did the same thing at the hotel. You know, I feel like my preparation for this bout was significantly improved from the past, from really all my past bouts, which is great. It should be going in a good direction, and it should be, you know, moving in a positive, you know, trend. But I guess I would say, yeah, you feel more at home. It feels more normal. You know, and I think I try to be a pretty cool, collected, you know, customer as best as I can, period. But I would just say there's nothing like feeling like you're doing something you've done before. And it's nice walking into the ring. I feel like my heart rate's about 60. I'm like, oh, this is comfortable. You know, I like this. You're aware of danger. You know, danger's a real thing, and this person's going to try to hurt you. But, you know, like fear is kind of something that you can either indulge or not. Danger is very real. Like the fire will burn you. But I would just say, yeah, it felt great to do it again. And I'd look forward to getting back as soon as possible. I need more activity, and I just can't wait.
Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Ryan, here in the back. So you mentioned all the fallout from the Poirier fight, you know, the injury, and also how activity is so important for you. Considering all the bad luck that you had during that fight, do you have any regrets in taking it? Because as you said, unranked opponent, very dangerous, not a big name, and it set you back in terms of activity.
I have no regrets whatsoever. You know, if that hadn't happened, I hate losing. I hate losing with a fiery passion. I don't take it well. But at the same time, that spurred on a lot of positive change. It made me reevaluate certain things. It would absolutely was you know, a frustrating experience because of the circumstances surrounding it, and also, you know, I mean, from a variety of different directions. But I would say, no, I'm very thankful for that. And I know it's a little bit cliche to go, oh, everything that happens is, you know, for the best, because that's not always true. But I'm more motivated than ever. I feel very, very thankful to have around me the people that I do. I've made changes in my training. I've made improvements in my training. I've made improvements in my thinking. I'm being challenged in the room more. I'm being challenged in my thought more. I feel very, very fortunate for that. And, you know, I look forward to just carrying that momentum forward. And I'm here to fight the best. I'm not afraid to win. I'm not afraid to lose. I don't like losing, but I'm not afraid of it. And, you know, I just look forward to competing again and again and again. And I'm not going to stop until we take this as far as we can go.
And in modern MMA, most fighters are pretty well-rounded. you very rarely see somebody who is as much of a specialist as you are. Is that something you take pride in being sort of a modern day specialist when there are so few, or do you perhaps look forward to rounding out your game a little bit more in the future?
Well, I guess honestly, I think I am actually very well rounded. I'm just so good at jiu-jitsu that I make that the focus of the fight. I can wrestle better than the average, collegiate wrestler. You don't see it a lot in the fights because I can do other things. But I can strike. These are things that I guess it's an interesting thing when having like a particularly strong weapon, because you try to figure out how to factor it into your strategy. Because even if I have something else that's pretty good, by comparison, where I'm like, oh, it's better than many people, but it's not elite. Like I'm certainly no Yo Romero or something like that. Not even obviously, but it makes you almost want to use it a little bit less, I think. And that's a tricky thing that I think that I've struggled with, and I'm doing my best to figure out, how to best approach going forward, and definitely in continuing to round out, because obviously, as you guys can see, there are issues and there are things that need to be improved and will continue to be improved. But what I'm finding is that obviously skill and technique and tactics improvements in the gym are making their way into the fights little by little. But it's a lot of it comes down to, I feel like, comfort, and I have a trust and an experience level in my jiu-jitsu that I know that I can beat literally anyone in the world. And that's a tricky, interesting thing, because that's not true with my wrestling. I can beat most people, many people, let's say. I can striking like some people. But so it's definitely something that I'm working with, and something that I think my coaches and training partners and friends are providing guidance with, and I look forward to rounding out. But you do take some pride in obviously working hard, and one of my favorite fighters is Damian Maia, but his striking is something that he did round out, and his wrestling is obviously phenomenal. It's unbelievably effective. He's just one of the most effective wrestlers, I think, in the history of the UFC, I think we could say. And obviously he married it to brilliant jiu-jitsu. So if I could ever achieve something like that in terms of skill and ability, to say nothing of the success, I would be very happy. And you guys have my word that I'll be continuing to work hard to improve.
Thank you.
I got one for you, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
With it being the first camp working with Greg, what was that experience like?
Oh man, I feel incredibly fortunate. I get to have the opportunity to work with one of the the most brilliant and most successful coaches in the history of mixed martial arts. Someone who's helped create the game that we see today. Guided many people, guys and girls to a very, very high level of success in the sport. I feel very, very fortunate. Greg is someone who's made a fantastic difference for me, and I look forward to working with him going forward. I'm also thankful very much, for Faraz Zahabi, Kenny Florian, who helped me to get to this point and continue to help. Darren Weniyama as well has been an unbelievable resource. I actually started MMA with Darren in 2012 when he was fighting in the UFC. I was like, his sidekick, kicking around and trying to stay out of the way and learn something and be a little bit helpful from a jiu-jitsu perspective. And he's offered amazing guidance as well. I just feel really, really fortunate to have all of the people around me, and without them, this wouldn't work at all.
And one last question on tonight's fight: were you surprised with how James Krause is telling his pupil to get off the ground, that Derek was so willing to engage with you there?
A little bit surprised. I don't think it's as easy to get up as people might think once you get a hold of somebody. But he could have perhaps he could have made more of an effort in that regard. But again, Derek has, 26 wins, 20 some odd, 24 something submissions. I mean, that's a lot of submissions, man. And MMA isn't sport jiu-jitsu, so it's I don't blame him for having confidence. And it's just like every now and then I'm going to bet on my jiu-jitsu. I'm going to you dance with the girl you brought, that got you there, and it's I can understand where he's coming from. And of course, he's dangerous at any point in the fight. He's got a great guillotine, particularly on his left side. He's got other threats as well. He's been very successful. So, when the lights are on and it's serious, I don't blame people for doubling down on what their strengths are, what they perceive to be their strengths. But I was happy to come out with a good outcome. And it was great to have the opportunity to match grappling skills with someone else at such a high level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Andre, first of all, congratulations on the victory. What are your initial thoughts after such a dominant performance over Eric Anders?
Parabéns pela performance. Quais são os primeiros pensamentos sobre uma vitória tão dominante?
Muito obrigado. Acho que é fruto de muito trabalho, né? E agora eu quero dar o próximo passo, né? Escalar a divisão aí. Eu quero alguém ranqueado, alguém de nome. Quem sabe um Fight Night. Eu falei lá no Octagon que eu tô aí de reserva para a luta do Darren Till. Se acontecer alguma coisa, eu tô pronto.
Thank you very much. It's the answer because of all the hard work I put to here. And right now, I'm looking forward to the next step. I want like a big name, maybe a fight night. I want to fight someone on the rankings. And right now, I just called Darren Till. And let's see. I want to fight a big name.
Well, speaking of Darren Till, there's a rumored card in London in March. And if he's healthy, would you be interested in going to London and possibly main eventing that against him?
Falando sobre o Darren Till, tem uns rumores de que vai ter um card em Londres, em março, do UFC. Se ele estiver saudável, te interessa? Seria possível?
Com certeza, eu estou pronto. Poderia ser semana que vem.
For sure, I'm ready. It could be next week.
Speaking of this fight specifically with Eric, did anything surprise you in there? I know he wasn't your original opponent, but did anything from Eric surprise you in the octagon?
Falando da luta com o Eric Anders, alguma coisa te surpreendeu dele ali no octagon?
Bem, o Anders era um cara bem testado já dentro da organização, um atleta bem duro, né? Que já encabeçou alguns fight nights, lutou contra grandes nomes como Thiago Marreta, Lyoto Machida, e eu sabia que a luta ia ser muito dura. Às vezes parece fácil, mas a gente trabalhou muito, eu e meu time, para poder chegar ao êxito tão fácil assim, né? Então eu sabia que eu esperava uma luta mais dura, mas graças a Deus, aos meus treinamentos, meus treinadores, a gente conseguiu, com a calma, com a perfeição ali, conseguir uma finalização rápida e eficaz.
So, Eric Anders is a very tough guy. He has a lot of experience, and he fought like Brazilian guys like as Lyoto Machida, Thiago Marreta. He did fight some main events before. So I was expecting a really, really hard fight, even harder than was. But me and my team would put some hard work, a lot of hard work for this camp. So that's why I was able to fight like that. And I know sometimes look like easier than was, but that was the case. It was not that easy.
Final questions for me. Looking at the top 15 at middleweight, there's a lot of strikers and not a lot of high-level grapplers in there. So when you're looking at the top 15 of the middleweight division, are you seeing a lot of matchups and you could probably rise quickly with success against these high-level strikers?
Se você olhar a lista dos melhores da categoria, 84 quilos, tem muitos strikers, né? Não tem muitos grapplers de alto nível ali. Por isso, você acha que é possível, de repente, galgar degraus mais rápido, subir mais rápido pela diferença de estilo?
Não sei, né? Isso é a organização que vai te falar, né? Meu trabalho é só finalizar meus adversários. Eu acho que eu tenho um jogo que casa bem contra o do campeão, porque o Vettório botou para baixo, mas não teve êxito. Eu só preciso de uma posição só para conseguir a finalização. Eu sei que até lá tem um caminho muito distante, mas se eu continuar finalizando todo mundo, eu vou finalizar o campeão também.
I don't know, man. To be honest, I don't know. But I know that I have a really good game to fight even the champion in this division. I saw his fight against Vettori, and I know if I have just one position, I can tap him. But I know there's a long way to get there. So it is what it is. Whatever UFC wants me to do, to fight, I'm going to be able to.
Considering your performance back in May against Jacare, obviously incredible win over a legend of jiu-jitsu, were you surprised that this is sort of the opponent in the range that they gave you for this one, that you didn't get something higher up?
Considerando a sua vitória contra uma lenda do jiu-jitsu, que foi o Ronaldo Jacare em maio, você ficou um pouco surpreso de enfrentar esse atleta e não um atleta, digamos, um pouco melhor ranqueado, algum nome maior?
A gente sempre fica esperando lutar contra alguém de nome, né? Mas eu acho que Deus coloca as peças certas para você conseguir trilhar o seu caminho, né? Então eu tinha que lutar contra o Andres e passar por ele para conseguir dar um passo agora, acho que acredito que meu próximo passo já vai ser alguém de nome. E é isso, eu tô pronto.
I'm always expecting to fight a big name, but it's God's plan. So I had to fight Anders tonight, and I think after tonight I'm going to be able to fight a big name, someone on the rankings, but it's a God plan.
Following up on that, did you come in here with a point to prove tonight of trying to prove that, like, hey, I deserve to be among these names?
Seguindo nesse assunto, você acha que você veio com algo de repente preciso provar para essa luta? Nessa luta preciso provar que eu mereço um nome maior, algum cara ranqueado?
Com certeza, né? O Randers é um cara já testado na organização, um cara que tem um bom nome aqui nos Estados Unidos, né? Respeitado. Então, acho que eu sabia que era mais um teste, né? Porque a minha luta caiu, acho que a organização falou assim, penso eu, vamos testar se realmente o garoto está pronto para o próximo nível, né? Vamos dar um cara de peso, de nome também. E se ele passar, a gente vai dar oportunidade para ele. Acho que eu provei hoje mais uma vez que eu estou preparado para o alto nível. E eu só quero a oportunidade de mostrar o meu trabalho.
Yes. And I think actually the UFC was thinking like, this fight was a challenge for me so I could prove to them I was ready to fight the next level. And I did prove tonight. So that's what I'm waiting for.
Last one from me. I mean, this is now 3 straight first-round submissions in the UFC. Are you the best grappler in this division?
A última pergunta dele, você tem 3 vitórias seguidas por finalização nessa categoria. Vocês consideram o melhor grappler dessa categoria?
A gente tem o Rodolfo Vieira, né, que é uma lenda do jiu-jitsu. Acho que por título ele é o maior grappler da divisão, né? Eu ainda tenho que provar muito aí, ganhar muito espaço, mas eu acredito que daqui a alguns anos, com certeza, eu serei o maior grappler da divisão e vou trabalhar muito para isso.
Well, we have Rodolfo Vieira in this division. He's a BJJ legend. So he has a lot of more titles than I. So to be honest, I think in a few years, maybe I'm going to be considered the best grappler in this division. But I know I have to work a lot for that. And I'm going to work a lot for that.
Congrats.
Andre right here. That was a great victory. On a night like tonight, do you get nervous that with so many stars coming up to fight still, that it may be difficult to get the bonus?
Foi uma grande vitória. Você fica um pouco nervoso agora que tem tantas estrelas para lutar ainda nesse card que talvez você não consiga o bônus?
Isso aconteceu na minha última luta, né? Mas eu acho que o que é meu, Deus vai me dar. Então, se eu não ganhar o bônus hoje, eu estou muito feliz com a finalização, mais um passo na minha carreira. Se eu ganhar o bônus também, eu vou ficar extremamente feliz, ajudar eu a construir minha casa. Mas só pela vitória e poder voltar para minha casa, para minha família bem, isso é o mais importante.
That what happened with me my last fight. So it is what it is. It's God's hand. So if it happens that I get the bonus, it's going to help me to build my house. I'm going to be happy for that. But other than that, I'm going home and train more.
How nice is it to compete on the card? Obviously, the main and the co-main event feature 2 very dominant Brazilians defending their titles. What's it like to compete on a night like tonight where they're also in a big spot?
Quão legal é fazer parte de um card encabeçado por 2 brasileiros campeões defendendo ali o legado deles, né?
É muito maneiro. A energia é o tempo todo se encontrando brasileiro. Você vai fazer a sauna, perder o peso, tem brasileiro te apoiando. Você vai no corredor, o brasileiro torcendo por você. Acho que essa somatória desse conjunto que a gente está vivendo aqui me fortalece. Fortaleceu o blindado agora, que deu um lindo nocaute. Vai fortalecer a Amanda, vai manter o cinturão. O Charlinho vai manter o cinturão. Eu acho que o esquadrão brasileiro vai ficar ainda mais forte com várias vitórias.
It's amazing. The energy here is so good. I was doing sauna and there was a lot of Brazilians there. I was walking the hotel, a lot of Brazilians there. So the energy is so good. We are always supporting each other. And I'm sure the energy helped me, helped Bruno Silva, blindado, who just won. I'm sure it's going to help Amanda and Charlie, so they're going to keep the belt.
Parece que o evento é no Brasil, entendeu? Parece que a gente está lutando em casa.
Looks like the event is in Brazil and we are fighting at home.
Congratulations.
Felicidades. Just tell us a little bit about, if you can put into words, from the Apex Dana White Contender Series to now, how unbelievable and memorable it has been on top of tonight's win for your journey.
Se você puder colocar em palavras desde o Contender Series no UFC Apex até agora, quão memorável essa jornada que você esteve fazendo no UFC?
Cara, quando eu lutei no Contender, foi um momento muito difícil da minha vida. Tive que passar por cima de muita coisa, lesão, dificuldade no visto. E eu cheguei em cima da hora, um exame meu deu ruim. E ainda fiz 3 rounds da primeira vez. Assim, eu trabalhei muito para quando a oportunidade chegasse, eu estar preparado. Assim, eu vivo um sonho. Eu sempre falo que isso aqui é um sonho. E eu trabalho todos os dias, 365 dias por ano. Eu sou um cara muito dedicado. Eu sou fruto do trabalho duro. Eu sei que eu não sou um cara talentoso. Eu treino bastante. Então, eu sei que eu mereço estar aqui porque eu trabalho muito.
Man, was it the Contender Series? Was a terrible moment in my life. I had an injury, visa issues. When I got here, I almost wasn't cleared to the doctor to the doctors to fight. But I know how hard I work. That's why I work so hard, and I know I deserve to be here right now. And I'm gonna keep working hard.
Excellent. Congrats, man. And I know you have mentioned a matchup with former champion and Chris Weidman. Is that still interesting, or you're moving past that? And thank you. Congrats on the win.
Parabéns pela vitória. Chegou a mencionar fazer alguma luta com o Chris Weidman. Ainda tá na sua mente isso?
Eu tinha falado, né? Mas eu não sei quanto tempo o Chris, porque ele tá na minha frente do ranking, né? Eu não sei quanto tempo ele vai demorar a voltar a lutar. E eu quero lutar o mais breve possível. Eu tô bem, graças a Deus, sem lesão. Tô no melhor momento da minha carreira, então eu tenho que trabalhar. Então eu não posso esperar ele voltar para poder lutar, não.
That was my plan, but I want to fight soon, and I don't know when Chris Weidman is going to be able to fight again. So I wanted to fight soon. So that's it.
Thank you, man. Obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much. Good night.
That's one from me. I mean, man, at this point, this is 4 straight wins, like you said, all of them knockouts, and that, of course, came after that 3-fight losing streak where you didn't really know where you were going with your career. I mean, what's been this what has this turnaround been like? What's it like to now reach this point where you're sort of established and entrenched in this division, just after all of that turmoil you went through?
Just more learning and taking this job a bit more serious. Like I've said before, I'm kind of learning on the run. Before the UFC, I was just fighting, rocking up and fighting, and I can fight. But to be a professional, I think it's a whole nother level. And I feel like I'm really enjoying what I'm doing. I'm really loving my work, and it's showing. It's showing once I get in the cage, and I'm maturing.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Tai, here in the back. We saw you go for a takedown a little bit up against the cage. Is that a result of a knee, or was that just you trying to throw in some wrestling?
No, that was me trying to. It's mixed martial arts, man. Come on, I'm trying to mix it up. But it wasn't until I looked up and I saw DC going hard in the commentary, and I looked at him and he kind of like. And I looked at him and he was kind of like laughing, but it wasn't like he was saying something on commentary. And I was like, all right, that's enough from me. And I went back up, but I tried. You know what I mean?
But that's not the last takedown attempt we've seen from you, right?
It won't be the last. Soon I'm going to come out and straight jump on my back. Jiu-jitsu, you know what I mean? Ooh, Jace, don't you dare. My jiu-jitsu coach is laughing at me.
And also, if we look at your resume now, you finished Augusto Sakai a lot quicker than Alistair Overeem did. You finished Greg Hardy when Volkov couldn't. What do you think that says about your position in the heavyweight division right now?
I knock people out.
Would you say that you've got more knockout power than both those guys?
It's not saying that. Just knock people out.
And final one for me. The broadcast team made a distinction of Australian shoey and the American shoey. The difference being there's no spit in the American shoey. What's your take on the difference, and do you have a preference?
Us Aussies got a bit more flavor. You know what I mean? We just add a bit extra.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tai. On the broadcast, DC kept bringing up the story about how much corned beef, I guess, you got when you at the start of the apocalypse. Did you really clean it out, or does he just like to exaggerate that story?
Look, I think DC's hiding the fact that he loves corned beef, and then I got the backlash of it. But I'm Samoan. We love corned beef, and I didn't get to stick around in America long enough to eat it all. But I gave it away to one of the boys at AKA. But yeah, if I was to stick around, I would have demolished it for sure.
Fans are going to be seeing you out and around Vegas. What's your warning to them, or what's your advice to them if they want to hang with you and party?
Get ready to get down with the get down.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Bam Bam, just one question. How did the hard seltzer, the Happy Dad, go down compared to a traditional beer for the shoey?
No, the Happy Dad goes down well. Goes down beautiful. I think me and Steve kind of have it. We have it set now. It's like a dance. So I get on the cage. He hands me the shoe and the Happy Dad, and we get it on. But the crowd loved it. I loved it, and it's one for the books. Thanks, guys.
Josh. Right.
Hey, what's going on?
Congratulations. Welcome back to the post-fight press conferences. What are your initial thoughts after a wild fight like that?
It's good to be back. You know, I told you guys I'd see you on Saturday. Yes, it is good to be back. It's kind of funny just because Dan and I both thought it was going to be like the craziest barn burner. Dana did. The entire world thought that. And I think it was just Dan and I respected each other so much and the power. So it just kind of turned into more of a technical fight, and we just kind of stayed behind the jab. Yeah, but I'm happy to be back. I'm grateful for the UFC, Dana, Sean, Mick, and you guys.
Kind of going off in that, it did after a while. Eventually we just kind of had accepted like this is going to be. I mean, it's not going to be the fight that everyone expected. In your mind, at one point, were you watching, and were you all of a sudden like just knocked down?
Sorry.
Was there a point in the fight where you're like, all right, I have to change gears now. This is not what we were planned for.
Yeah, I was. You know, I was trying to fill him out for a little while, and then I caught him with a big shot. And typically, like I knew I landed that hard, so I was surprised how fast he recovered while we were down there. You know, I was on top of him, and his grip, he was holding me so tight, and I really couldn't, break free of that to go in for the finish. And then he just recovered. And like you were saying, I did have to. My coaches, they were telling me in the corner, just kind of turn it up. And just make sure we win the round. And instead of loading up for power, I just needed to kind of use my speed and stay behind the jab and keep my hands up and just win the fight.
Going off of that too, we saw the corner cam kind of say,
fuck, I'm sorry. No way.
Going off of that, we heard your corner say, kind of don't look for the knockout. He's scared of the right hand. Did you kind of have to pull back a little bit going into that final round and not looking for that haymaker?
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's a problem that I have. And my boxing coach Joey always tells me, once I land a hard shot, then I continue to, try to throw those and land those. So I just needed to listen to them and just like they were saying, just work on speed and just kind of get inside and touch him. And the power is always there.
And finally, after such a long layoff, how many fights are you looking to get into in 2022?
Man, I want to be as active as possible. I as long as I'm injury free, I just want to fight. And I'm doing pretty well. He landed some good calf kicks, so it's that knee that I had injured. It's definitely sore, but it's not the ACL. I knew he was gonna land those calf kicks and target that knee. So he did a good job. But yeah, I'm good to go. I want to get right back in there.
Any names you want specifically? I know you're a highly ranked guy, so at this point you can kind of look at the lay of the land.
I want to fight people towards the top. I'm one of the only few that hasn't got to fight, the top guys in the world. Everyone else in front of me has kind of fought each other. So I definitely want my shot. I want my opportunity. I think I can hang with those guys, and I just need to get back in the gym and stay active and just keep improving.
Hey, Josh, just to soak in that moment out there. I mean, obviously it's been a while and you get to come back and T-Mobile Arena, the fans have been treated to quite the undercard. I mean, can you just discuss the emotions of just being out there and making that walk?
Yeah, it was amazing to just be back in Vegas. The first time I fought in Vegas was 18 months ago when I fought Shane Burgos, and that wasn't the Vegas fight I was looking for. I finally got a fight here, and I fought in a hangar like this, with no fans, but this is what I wanted. It's an hour flight from Sacramento. I wanted to be on one of the biggest cards of the year with the fans back. It's been 2.5 years since I fought with fans, and on one of the biggest cards of the year with some of these legends of the sport. So it was amazing to be on the same card with them, and it's great to be back.
And then just to ask you a little bit about that, just when you imagine this fight and the way it played out, just was there anything different than what you thought that you would feel and just how physically you'd react to everything out there?
No, besides like I thought it was just going to be kind of an all-out war, barn burner. And like I said, it was a little more technical. I have to watch the fight because I'm always my hardest critic. But yeah, no, I prepared for a 15-minute sprint, and it was kind of like a little marathon, you know what I mean? So I feel great, and my conditioning is always up to par, and nothing that I expected that I didn't see.
to get your take on it. At the top of the division, you got, it looks like Max and Alex most likely are going to run it back a third time. I mean, what do you think that's like? You know, you just got two guys that absolutely can't seem to get much more than a very, very close fight every time they get in there. What are your thoughts on how it plays out?
Yeah, it's who knows? You know, it's like whoever's the champion, how can you argue that like they're the best in the world in that weight class? And you know, Max was the GOAT. You know, he beat, you know, Aldo. He beat all the greats. And yeah, so I say Volkanovski is the best in the world in that division. Who knows how it's going to play out? Max just continues to improve. He's still young, but Volkanovski, he continues to improve and just impress me and everyone. You know, every single time when you think it's going to be this might be the guy, this is going to be a tough fight for him, he just continues to evolve and just stick to the game plan. And he's one of the best. So it's like I want my opportunity. I want to try to compete with these guys. I want to compete with them and you know, test myself. I'm not getting any younger, and I'm one of the only few that haven't got to fight these top tier guys.
Hey, congrats and welcome back.
Cool, thank you. I appreciate it.
Here, I'm back. You talked about sort of coming into this fight with a lot of adversity in the past year, going through a lot of tough things. Did that make the victory a little bit sweeter, or did it make the experience itself feel a little bit different?
No, it definitely motivated me more. And instead of just me coming back and making my return, I wanted to go out there and I wanted to, you know, dedicate this to my family, to the Emmets, the Lowrys, my mom, just everything that, just we went through. It was just, I dedicate this to them, and I can't be more grateful for them. And I wanted to make them proud and just get a big win for all of us.
I don't doubt for a second that you made them proud. Looking at the fight itself, at the end, at the judges' scorecards were read, there was 130-27 score that a lot of fans seem to have reacted to. What did you make of the scoring?
I knew I won the fight. I won the first and third for sure. We knew the second was close, but you know, you could have just flipped a coin. I thought I won the second as well, but who knows?
And as you said, it was a much more technical affair than you had anticipated. Was that perhaps a good thing, though, considering the layoff, considering the injuries and all those things?
I guess so. I wasn't, you know, I'm not tired. I didn't really take too much damage, so it's always a good thing not to get in an absolute car wreck. So I'm happy about that. But I'm always trying to aim or I'm trying to please the crowd and of course like Dana and the matchmakers and stuff like that. So yeah, it was good. I just had to get my timing back, and I don't know. I felt good. It was just like I said, I have to watch the fight, and then because I play it out different in my head, you know, until I watch it. So
well, you looked good too anyway in the cage.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Congrats on the win.
Well, thank you.
Yes, people expected that barn burner, but it was technical, and that was just as fun to watch. And Josh, you were able to shut down a lot of your opponent's offense. What did you guys do adjustments in the corner? Because you took away his jab, which was touching you, and the leg kicks, because you really just took over that second half. What did you do? What was the talk like?
Yeah, just my coaches were saying, just don't stand there. You know, I have to roll. I have to get out of the way. If I stand right in front of somebody, like I'm going to get hit. But if I use my movement, it's a little challenging. The canvas is slippery. I kept slipping and slipping, so I couldn't I don't know, just use my footwork as much. But yeah, I knew he was going to attack that lead leg, especially with the calf kicks. I see that their team does that a lot, and I knew that would probably be in their game plan, just to kind of slow my movement down. But just listen to the coaches, because they're seeing it from a different view, and I 100% trust them, and they know me really well. So they told me what to do, and I just kind of, listen to them.
Excellent. And lastly, it was a great pace, probably one you favored. It wasn't, that sprint you mentioned. But did you feel at all any kind of rust or something to where you're like, oh man, like it has been a while. I'm feeling it now in the moment?
No, not really. It's it felt like just a little slower, just like, Dominick Cruz always says, there is no such thing as ring rust. You know what I mean? If you're prepared, it's, and I 100% agree with that. I'm always prepared. I'm always in the gym. I can fight. I just have to be in good shape. And trust me, I know how to fight.
Excellent. Congrats, man, and welcome back.
Cool. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it.
Well, Dom, right here. Congratulations on a victory. What are your initial thoughts after a performance like that against Pedro Muniz?
It just feels good to be back on a win streak, I guess. I had a couple fights that didn't go as well. My body just wasn't feeling in rhythm, and it feels good to be back in rhythm.
That first round, you got dropped twice. Was that just you were out of place, or was it this Pedro Muniz? Did Pedro Muniz do something that kind of threw you off in that first round?
From what I'm hearing from my corner, I hit my head on the ground or something. I don't know. I haven't seen the fight. So if I'm being honest, I thought I just took him down. So last I know is he's on his back and I'm on top. So I guess the rest of it, I conveniently don't remember.
Then that second and third round, you kind of picked it back up. You're kind of hitting with a lot of jabs. He was connecting with pretty much air in there. So after that first round, did rounds 2 and 3 go pretty much how you had planned for that whole fight to go?
Yeah, I wanted the whole fight to be like rounds 2 and 3. Obviously, I generally have it that way, but I think he also knew that his power and everything that he has is the most dangerous in the first round. So I think his team played a good game plan. You know, is what I'm guessing. He came hard in the first. And he had good timing and good speed in the first, so I had to adjust a little to it. But once I got that timing and that speed, I adjusted well.
And I know you said you don't remember or you haven't seen it, but was there a moment where you had to kind of shake off the cobwebs after and kind of get your bearings back after being dropped twice?
Like I said, man, I just had him on his back.
And then I know you like to fight up. You want to fight in the ranks, but Marlon Bear's already tweeted he wants to fight you. Pierre Yan says he wants to see you fight Jose Aldo. Are there any specific names above you? I know you don't really like fighting down, but are there any names above you that you would like to match up with next?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say no to a Aldo fight just because, you know, that moves me closer to the title. Aldo's a legend in the sport. I have nothing but respect for all these guys. So I'm trying to go, you know, I'm going up towards the title, and the champ's saying that too, and I'm not going to say no to anything. What I'm going to do is be present instead of in the future where there's absolutely no peace. And I would encourage everybody here to do the same. You have no control over the future. You have no control over the past. So I'm just going to stay right here on my win. You know, one of the things that I remember from being a champion is after you win the belt and you come up with your title, media and everybody's telling you everybody that's going to beat you next or everybody that's next. And it's like, we never as athletes get to enjoy the present moment, and media doesn't allow it because everybody wants to move to the future. So I'm going to stop you right there and say I'm enjoying tonight. I'm going to have some shots of tequila with my people and my family who suffered with me. And I won this for them. And fuck the future right now.
Did you happen to see Sean O'Malley's performance?
I saw a piece of it. I was trying to shower up. You know, he's somebody that we need in the sport. He's bringing eyes. He's, you know, Shelby, Dana said it himself, like they're doing what they can with him to build him. I have respect for him for what he brings to the table, for the fan base he brings to the table. So kudos to him. You know, he faced somebody that he knocked out. He's knocked out his last couple opponents. He follows through with what he's supposed to do.
Dominick right here. Dominick, I've kind of replayed Wednesday quite a few times. When I asked you that question, my big one, did you actually mute Daniel Cormier's commentary, or were you just taking a jab at him and it got blown out of proportion in the last 72 hours?
So I didn't eat or drink when you guys asked me questions for like 3 days. You know, we're all dieting, so we all do the best we can, you know, except for Cormier. He never diets. But the truth is, like, I love Daniel Cormier. He is my brother. I work with him. I work alongside him. We are a team. He says I'm dry. I say I add a lot of seasoning, you know, but I need him in order to be successful in that job. You can't just have a one-person booth. I need him. I need Joe Rogan. I need Michael Bisping. I need Felder. I need all of them. So if you make a headline, make sure you say Dominick Cruz needs the whole team.
Fair enough. I want to ask just a bit of symmetry. People talked about, you know, a couple years ago, you know, your fight with Cody. Recently this year, we see Joseph Benavidez retire. I'm sure you've seen the result. It did not go Cody's way tonight. And yet Dominick Cruz is still here, still going, still fighting top opponents. I mean, what's the secret? I mean, so some fighters, as you know, those injuries, they don't really come back and get to enjoy this kind of success.
That's a great question. I think if I'm going to, like, none of us know what's going to happen before these fights. None of us. Well, you can say whatever you want, but none of us know. So you just put in the work. I put in the rounds. I put in the work, and I showed up, and I'm able to execute. It hasn't always gone my way. I've got 3 losses, you know, so I learn a lot from my losses, and I make adjustments. I think even my media, I'm speaking differently. I have a different view on this whole thing, this whole game after winning the title, losing the title, winning the title, losing the title. And then now they got me, you know, down number 9 and just working my way back up the rankings. Like it's a humbling experience. Let go of the ego, be a team with everybody. I need the whole division to be who I am. I look at and now as an analyst as well, I look at everybody as like teammates. It's different. I used to just see it as I'm going to kill every one of you. And now I see it as I need all of you to do anything. It's just a different frame of mind for me. And I think I've had to rebuild that through the injuries, rebuild my mindset through the injuries that I've had, and rebuild my mindset through the losses that I've had, and learn along the way. But I don't know why other people haven't been successful. I haven't been part of their camps, but I know that Cody is a champion, obviously, in his heart and mind. I think he'll get back on track. He's still very young. Cutting down to 25 is, I don't even know how that's possible for him, but he made it work, and he said it was easy. So I think he'll be fine. Just give the guy some time and let him find his bearings with his team or whatever he needs to find. I got nothing but faith in the guy. And as for Joseph Benavidez, he's a legend too. I love that guy. Like I said, I wouldn't be where I'm at without him. I had like 8-round wars with that guy, and I have a cut on the bridge of my nose from him that I'll never forget. Things like that, they become a piece of your life forever.
If I'm late to the party with this, I apologize. But is there a particular reason why you like standing up during these things as opposed to everyone who likes to sit down?
I couldn't tell you why everybody sits down, but they should stand up because we're all standing up. We're all on our feet at the end of this thing. It's about self-respect and representation for me. And, my foot hurts and it's almost like, who cares? It's a me thing for my own mind, for my own spirit, whatever. I don't know. It's just me. The chair bothers me. It's like going out on crutches or going out in a wheelchair, even though your foot's broken or something hurts. I don't know. If I don't have to, I won't.
Congrats, Dom.
Thanks.
Dom, right here. Congrats, man. So this year, now that it's over for you, 2 fights in this year, 2 wins. It's the first time in 5 years that you've been able to get multiple fights in a year. And I wonder for you, what's that experience been like? Has it been helpful for you? I mean, you look back on it. Are you happy to be able to now rack these up?
I'm super happy to fight twice in a year. Are you kidding me? Like, I think the reason why I'm ranked where I'm ranked is because I haven't been as active. Pedro Muniz is ranked above me because he's been more active than me. And, watching Dustin Poirier fight his 3rd title fight in a calendar year the guy's a monster. That's epic. There's a handful of MMA mixed martial arts champions who have fought 3 title fights in 1 calendar year. I have been one of them, but there's not a lot of us. Usman's another. There's more. But anybody who does that, I'm going to tell you right now, savages, because your body takes a beating in these camps, and they're all 5-round fights. So to be able to come in here and do two fights in a year, and then don't forget, I'm working too. I'm working a full-time job while I compete at the highest level. And I'm also working a full-time job at the highest level. You know how hard it is to talk for 8 hours next to Daniel Cormier and Bisping and not say something stupid? It's hard. So you got to be sharp. You got to be present. There's a lot I'm trying to do here for the sport. I love this sport. I love the athletes in this sport. I want to represent them the best I can. I do it for them. I do it for my people. And I just feel grateful and blessed to be in the position to be able to have all this. I mean, I had a friend of mine that say, man, it's so cool. You get to do martial arts for a living. That's it. My friend Jimmy Harbison. And I'm like, you're right. That's pretty. I mean, wow. I'm running around shadow boxing in the parking lot, stretching on an electric box, getting ready for a fight. And that's my job. What a trip.
And only other thing from me, if I'm not mistaken, this is now year 17 for you for this career.
Can you hold it a little closer? I can't hear you.
I got you. If I'm not mistaken, this is now year 17 for you in your career. 17 times you've walked to the cage in a non-title fight, and you've won all 17 of them. I just wonder for you, what is that record, 17-0 non-title fights? What does that mean to you?
I mean, I haven't really been keeping track of the stats because it's not done. I'm working on celebrating my my present moment and my victories more. It takes practice. A lot of us get our results and we just pass right by it like it's nothing. So that's part of why I'm trying to stay present and not move to the future. Like I've been saying, it's nothing personal. It's just, it takes practice. It's not easy because I like to keep going. I like to create results, to get to be at that to break records the way I'm doing, to keep doing what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm very grateful. I feel like there's a lot of luck mixed into it, but we make our own luck. When people say good luck, I say luck is for losers. But at the same time, I'll take it because, you need everything you can get in this sport. Look at these savages in my division. Look at everybody in this thing. Best in the world. These guys are the freakish athletes with a lot of humility. You can talk to any one of us. You try to talk to somebody who plays a game like football or basketball, you can't even look at them, or baseball. They won't even look at you half the time. I've done it. I've been there. So I just love these people. I love the sport. And I'm glad that I can be here and do what you said. I didn't know that. So thanks.
Congrats, man.
Hey, Dominick, congrats on the victory. Just got a question for you. At the post-fight, you made a little bit of a jab at Keith Peterson, congratulating referee Mark Goddard. Question for you is, in that first round, did any kind of flashback go back to the fight with Henry Cejudo? Do you have any kind of doubts or trepidations that they would stop the fight? And what was going through your mind?
Well, no, I had a conversation with Keith Peterson in the back before that fight. Hey, I'm willing to die in there. Do not stop this early. And when you stop a fight with 1 second left on the clock and I'm working my way up, I just made sure and talked to Goddard about that and said the same thing. He would look in me in the eyes the whole time. And you know what? I wasn't taking a stab at Keith Peterson. I was giving kudos to Goddard. Do you see how that happens with media? Like, that's always how it happens. It's like, who said I took a stab at Keith Peterson? You did. I didn't. So I'm not mad at you, but I'm saying that's how things get twisted up in this world. I was giving kudos to somebody and it got twisted into me stabbing at Keith Peterson. That's not true. Me and Keith Peterson spoke one-on-one, eye to eye, and I took responsibility for putting myself in that position. He took responsibility for where his position is in that place. And you know what? Keith Peterson has shown up and done a great job in his fights. I've seen an adjustment. He's let some people go. I mean, I don't know if you've watched his last few fights, but he's let some people go that I was like, yes, please, I wish you would have done that for me. And we're all adjusting in this thing. We're none of us are perfect. I understand that. It pisses me off that happened because, you know, Cejudo retired and I can't smash his face in on a rematch. But if the little dork decides to come back, I'm here.
Dominic, you just mentioned your foot a little bit earlier. How's just like your plantar fasciitis these days? I mean, you didn't have the tape on. Pedro did. They were mentioning it. But just how are the feet these days?
Well, I had to put some insoles in my feet, and anybody who's got plantar fascia tendonitis, it takes time. But if you get some expensive insoles, it really makes a difference. You know, $350 insoles. I put them in every pair of shoes I wear, and over time, your feet heal. My feet are completely healed. I mean, I kicked a knee tonight, so my knee's a little sore. But my foot's a little sore from kicking the knee. But that's normal. I mean, you can kick elbows, and your foot's going to be sore. You can kick a head and break your nothing's broken. It's just swollen and sore. So the feet are money. Feet feel good.
Oh, that's good to hear. And were you surprised by his takedown defense in this fight, Pedro?
I think with him, I wasn't surprised. He knew what I was going to be trying to mix it up. With that, it's not always about completing the takedown. If you think about it, the takedown attempt set up my striking. And so that allowed me to outstrike him in the end. And it got him kind of freezing a lot, I feel like. So I've said this in commentary, you know, you don't always have to finish these shots. You just got to keep staying active, keep staying on them. And then that pulls the hips back, which opens up uppercuts, hooks, things of that sort. If you don't respect my takedown and pull your hips back, then I'm going to take you down. But if you pull them back, now you've opened up striking. So it's a balance play. And that's what makes martial arts is. And that's why I've always had weird angles and weird footwork and all this stuff, because we're not fighting like any other sport in the world. If I stay stationary, takedowns are there. If I don't hit angles, kicks are there, knees are there, all this different stuff. So for me, it's just important of being constant everything, constant guessing, constant feints, constant knees, constant kicks, angles, takedowns, boxing, jump knee, everything. It's important to be that, I think.
So with that in mind, were you maybe more surprised that he didn't let you take him down? Because he's a great grappler, you know, great submission artist.
Yeah, no, I mean, Pedro Muniz is an OG. Like, I'm not surprised that he didn't let me take him down. It's a pride thing. The dude's got pride. Nobody wants to be put on their butt. It takes a man to hold another man on his back, is what my wrestling coach said in junior high. And, you know, if you watch judo, if you watch jiu-jitsu, anything, I mean, some people are nasty guard players. Pedro Muniz he's got a guard, but he's more of a top jiu-jitsu player. So he doesn't want to be on his back. He did a good job defending the takedowns. Kudos to him. But I'd expected nothing less. The guy's a beast. I mean, people should be talking more about his legacy, I believe. But what do I know?
Did you notice a difference, you know, going from the Apex to, you know, back to a normal show?
Yeah, definitely. Completely different. The fans make this is the best thing I can say. The fans make this sport. It feels so different with fans. Like, it's a completely different sport with fans. Completely different. In the Apex, don't get me wrong, it's great that, think about this, the UFC has kept us working through the entire pandemic. Kudos to Dana White, kudos to UFC, IMG, WME, Hunter, Sean Shelby. Listen, they're not forcing things on us, if you know what I'm saying. We're all free to do what we need to do so we can keep working. We have all stayed employed through this entire thing. The UFC has gone up almost 50% in viewing. It is the fastest growing sport in the world. They're doing their job. They're not forcing anything on us. They pay us. Like, you want to talk about pay from us? We're all making money. Well, half the nurses in the world are being laid off. It's tragic. Thank you, UFC. I will always have your back for this time. I will always remember what you've done for me and the rest of these fighters. It's pretty incredible if you really break it down and think about it.
And last one for me, Dom. I'm not looking too likely that we'll see any of these matchups, but if you could get one back, would you prefer Cody or Cejudo?
Oh, I definitely prefer to fight Cejudo again. I just that didn't do well with me with the way that I mean, like I said, 1 second on the clock. I needed more time to just get going. I didn't have, I don't want to make excuses. It was in a pandemic. Yeah, no training partner. I took that on short notice. He had a full camp for Aldo. I vied for that. I pushed for that fight. Aldo got shut out of the country because of the pandemic. He was supposed to have that fight. So they were training for 12 weeks, 10 weeks before that fight. I got like 5 weeks. I sparred, I think, 10 times before that fight after shoulder reconstructive surgery. Not an excuse, but I know I can show up better. How I showed up tonight, this version of me is with all the sparring rounds that I need, me training the way I know I can and the way I know I need to. And that's a different fight with him. Don't get me wrong. The guy's an Olympian. He knows how to fight. Still a little dork, though.
Congrats, Dom.
Dominic, you were adamant after the fight to make a point about that we need to stick together and not let them divide us. Can you illuminate on more of your thought on
Well,
what you
yeah,
meant by
I mean, in this time, whatever's going on with who's leading this country, there's a group of 12, 15 people making all these decisions for the entire world right now in the United States, especially, and stay at home for Thanksgiving. Don't bring your family. Like everybody's divided in their opinions. So what I'm trying to say is if you take a bucket of water and you dip it in the ocean and you separate it and you put it on land, that bucket of water is going to disintegrate. It's going to get mosquitoes. It's going to get stagnant. It's going to evaporate into the world. But the second that starts happening, no matter how dirty the water is, no matter how nasty it is, if you pour it back into the ocean, everything goes back to normal. It survives. It's so important that we come together and not separate. Separation is not going to heal us. Coming together, working together, and let's say you have different opinions. Be neutral about it. Nobody needs to be right or wrong is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't need to be judgment. It doesn't need to be right and wrong. It could be, let's be in possibility together instead of you're right and I'm right, or I'm right, like be in possibility that we both can be right. And now, you could sit on that end of the table. I'll sit on this end of the table, but we're in the house together. Let's all come together. It's so important because that's what we are as humans. We are all one. We're all connected. I can't stress that enough. And to me, that's what will save us all during this pandemic.
And about coming together, when you were walking in, you were talking to one of the coaches of Alpha Male, and which the rivalries, a big one in MMA. What is your relationship with Team Alpha Male nowadays?
Honestly, like I said, I've really changed my speed on things a lot with where I'm at through the injuries, winning the belt, losing the belt, winning the belt, losing the belt. It's like I couldn't be where I'm at without them challenging me the way they did. I couldn't compete at the level I do without the wars I had with Alpha Male. I faced half their team. I mean, they paid for half my houses. You know what I mean? I'm so grateful for them. So I love those guys. I do. And Emmett, he's a beast. That dude just came after ACL surgery and got a win. I can tell you what he did is monumentally tough. And he beat a guy who's an active fighter, who's young, hungry. Ige's no joke. So respect to Ige, respect to Team Alpha Male for what they're doing. They're still in the game, still going. Look at Emmett. And yeah, nothing but love.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Check. I can't compete with what Dom just said, by the way.
Hey, Sean. Another great win for you. I'm wondering how you're feeling about your performance and how you're reflecting on the fight so far.
First round knockout, can't complain. That feels good. Feels real good.
I just saw you and Dom having a couple of words outside. I'm curious what you guys were talking about.
Dominick Cruz is a living legend, and he's still fighting right now. So just said congratulations, and that was it.
Is this kind of what you were expecting to happen tonight in this fight? You know, it's like the next step up for you, but you wanted to still show that you can continue starching these guys and continue rising your level above it. Is this what you thought was going to happen? First round knockout?
Yeah, to be honest, anytime I get in the octagon, I feel like it's going to be a first round knockout because I just feel like anybody I fight has never fought somebody like me. And I know a lot of people say that, but it's just, I think it's true when I stand in there. Paiva's never seen someone like me. He's never felt that speed. So I did see that playing out like that. And I want to thank myself for looking at the clock and seeing how much time was left because some people, Daniel Cormier, my last fight, he's like, "Oh my God, he's looking at the clock." Like, it's like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm gonna look at the clock. If I didn't look at the clock, I wouldn't know how much time I have left. I land a big shot. I don't know how much time I got left. I got to know if should I empty my tank and try to take this dude out, or should I wait and then have the rest of the fight save energy? You know, so that kind of bugged me. That I kept bringing that up. Oh, he looked at the clock. Oh, he looked at the clock. It's like, dude's a double champ. It's like, what's your IQ? Your fight IQ? Is that not, you think LeBron James is going to fucking drive the ball down the court and not look at the clock? It's amateur.
I feel like DC's getting it from everyone this week.
Don't say stupid shit. It's hard, though. That's a hard job. I couldn't do that, his job. I could not sit up there and commentate that many fights and do his job. I would sound like a complete idiot. So yeah.
You're one of these guys who I think as soon as you step in the cage and you win your fight, people are already talking about the next one, right? Like, who's going to fight next? Who's going to fight next? For you, is there a name? I know that Adrian Yanez was someone you spoke about, but for you, sitting there right now, is there anyone on your mind?
No, I don't not want to. I fought 3 times last year, 3 times this year. I feel like every day I just have the fight coming up. So I'm just going to enjoy this and try to not book a fight and just enjoy being with my family and my little princess. And, I'm sure I'll fight in March, April. Who will it be? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. As long as the Sugar Show is fighting, I don't really think people care too much who I'm fighting.
First time you're at a press conference this week, the whole thing, does it feel like, I said about raising the level in your fights, does it feel like you're starting to raise your level in the promotion, right? You're starting to become one of the bigger names. I know you already have been, but does this week feel like you're taking that to the next level?
Yeah, the press conference was really cool. I planned on going there and kind of stealing the show, and I think I did that. I'm in the fight business. A lot of these guys are in the fight game. I'm in the fight business, and I just happen to be really good at fighting. So, I'm just enjoying this whole process.
And just to go off of that, obviously you and Cody got into it at the press. I'm wondering if you saw his fight tonight and what you thought of it.
Yeah, I did. Cody's also, a legend in his own right. And I'm not going to sit up here and say anything negative about him. He's probably going to have a rough couple days, couple weeks, whatever it's going to be. Nothing really to say about it.
Thanks, Sean.
Congrats, Sean.
Thank you.
Just that you mentioned the DC thing, and I find that this is sort of a trend with you. Does it almost make you funny the way that people try to nitpick you and like all the little holes they're looking for to sort of point to?
I've always felt like DC wants me to lose. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. I just sat down with him the other day, and it's not like he doesn't like me personally. I just feel like he kind of wants to see me lose. I don't know what it is. If I remind him of a young John Jones. But for some reason, I feel like he wants me to lose, and there's certain things he says when he's commentating. But also, like I said, commentating will be a really hard job, and maybe I'm just taking it personal and being a pussy.
Sure, I mean more like a broader scale, just in general, the MMA fan base, people in the MMA world. It seems like people really try to nitpick anything they can find from you. Is that something you've noticed?
That means I'm doing it right. If everyone just loved me, then I probably wouldn't be as big as I am. I think there's only probably one person that everyone loves, and that's Tai Tuivasa. Tai Tuivasa, whatever, you know what I mean?
You got it.
I think he's the only one. How could you not like that guy? But for me, I can see how people don't like, they don't like me, but I guarantee they watched me tonight. I guarantee they did not turn the TV. They didn't get up to go to the bathroom. They probably weren't even eating or drinking. I bet they were locked into that TV when I was fighting.
Well, to piggyback off that, you actually now with this one tonight tied for the second most knockouts in bantamweight history in the UFC. Is that wild to you to already have that?
Yeah, that is pretty crazy because, I still got 15, 20 fights left in my career, I would say. Something around there. That might be a lot. But, yeah, that is pretty crazy. Well, how many – what am I at and what's the record?
5. And the record's 7, I believe.
Well, I knocked out Thomas twice, so I'm at 6.
And last one from me. You mentioned the rib injury in the cage, or Rogan did, and you talked about it. What happened and how bad was it? Like, how close did it really get?
I literally think if he would have taken me down and I tried to get up, I don't know what would have happened. I didn't spar for the last 3 weeks. I was grappling, and the guy had a body lock on he had my back, had a body lock. I went to turn. He squeezed like the same time. Nothing crazy, just grappling. And my rib just, I don't really know exactly what happened, but rib injuries, if you've ever had a rib injury, they're just so annoying and they take a while. But I let it chill for about a week, just ran and hit mitts and then tried to grapple again that next week and couldn't do the simplest grappling. So for the last 3 weeks, I didn't grapple at all. No grappling, didn't even test it, didn't even want it, didn't do any clinch work, didn't do anything. I came into this fight planning on him not being able to touch me and just being confident and trusting the work I put in. So that was really, and I'm proud of myself for having the mindset to be able to come in here and just know that.
Sure. Right here. The story coming out of your last fight was you set all these records for like total output in a fight. The first round, as long as it lasted, you seemed much more patient in there to pick your shots. Was that a product of not being able to spar, or did you come in here knowing that you would probably kind of approach this fight a lot slower?
No, that the reason I had that high of an output against Chris is because he just walked forward like a punching bag. The dude did not take a step back. He literally walked forward for 14 and a half minutes, and I was bouncing my hands off his face. Paiva didn't. I plan on Paiva pressuring me and coming forward, and I think that's what his game plan was. But it's a lot harder to do against me when you get in there. Like, you can say I'm going to get in there and pressure him, but it was he had trouble doing it. I don't know. I felt every fight's going to be different, and if someone's going to continuously walk forward, I have the gas tank and I can do put the output out to bounce my hands off their face for that long. But I didn't need to tonight.
What were you guys saying to each other at the end? I saw you guys kind of hugging it out.
I just said, you're a tough dude. Just keep fighting. But I just, said it was nothing but respect for him and anybody I fight him. I feel the same way. I feel like that with anybody on the UFC roster. Just told him to keep fighting, and he's tough.
And finally, when they raised your hand and they announced that you were the winner, your eyes were closed and you kind of looked like you were soaking it in, and then you opened it. You opened your eyes, you were looking up. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I've done that the majority of my fights. I'd like to just, it's easier to go inwards when you're not taking all this in. And I just, closed my eyes and really was just enjoying that and feeling, hearing Bruce and just really just taking in the moment.
There's Sean right here. Sean, if on Monday they have a number next to your name, what should your fans do with all their unranked champ merchandise?
Well, it actually works out nice because the unranked champ, I'm 15-0 right now. The jerseys, the shirts, everything says 15. And if I'm ranked 15, it'll all be all right. It'll make sense.
That was smart thinking. Another question. Dana White did an interview and he said, we're taking our time with Sean O'Malley. He's not Hamza Chimaev was the example he gave. Was that fair, or did you feel like, I think I could be Dana?
Dana's opinion isn't gonna that's his opinion. I'm not gonna take anybody's opinion personal. So if that's what he thinks, he's the boss. I'm just gonna listen to Dana. He wants me to fight someone else, I'll fight someone else. If he doesn't, what he does with Chimaev is what he does. I didn't take it wrong at all.
One of the things, obviously, you want more money for those other fights with the ranked guys and the bigger names. How often do you and your management, send that email along like, hey, can we renegotiate?
I learned to not talk about fighter pay or any of that. So,
congrats.
Thank you.
Sean here, Emmett back. You mentioned in the post-fight interview that you'd watched a bunch of Canelo fights, and that's what inspired you to sort of finish the way that you did. Could you sort of expand upon that a little bit? Is Canelo somebody who you take inspiration from or look up to in any way?
Kind of. I mean, he's one of the best boxers in the world, probably of all time right now. But really, we were watching Prince Nassim, Roy Jones, Canelo, just watching a bunch of different boxers highlights before the fight. It's something we do every fight day. You know, we watched some of the greatest boxers and kickboxers, MMA strikers. We just watch their highlights and get ready for the fight. But yeah, watching those boxers just unload those combinations up against the ring's pretty cool, and it happened to work like that tonight.
And what's your take on? There's a lot of MMA fighters crossing over into boxing and having some of these money fights. What's your take on all that?
Yeah, boxing's a sweet sport. I don't really follow it closely, but I really enjoy boxing, just boxing sparring and that kind of stuff. So, I know they did what they did with Floyd and Conor was massive, and I think you have to be that massive of a star to do that. So, I'd like to continue growing my star and, doing something like that down the road.
And last for me, you had a great quote just now about you're in the fight business, not the fight game. What would your advice be to young, aspiring, up-and-coming fighters who want to sort of make the kind of money that you do and have a kind of star power that you have?
Color your hair and get face tattoos. No, I'm just jokes. I think what it comes down to is my performances, really. I don't think it's, everything I do outside the octagon I enjoy doing, so I'm not forcing anything. The YouTube, the vlogs, the podcast, the Twitch streams, the merch, like all that stuff is part of the fight business, what I'm talking about. And it's just stuff I enjoy. So I'm not really forcing it. And I think some people just don't want to do that stuff. So if they tried to, it would look forced and it probably wouldn't be successful. So advice would just, be yourself. I feel like I really am good at just being myself. And I just happens to, I'm good at a lot of things.
Thank you. Great performance.
Thank you.
Sean over here.
Yep.
Megan said you had video games were helping with your striking. How exactly did that come about?
I think I just rationalized that in my head because I play so much video games. So I don't know if that's actually true, but I can see probably hand-eye coordination. Maybe I've been playing video games since I was 3 years old. So I don't know if that's actually science or me just telling my girl like I'm training.
All right. And what is your celebration tonight?
Just gonna go out with the boys, have a good time. Keep it low key. Thanks, guys.
Kai over here. To your left, mate. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're expecting the win, but were you expecting it like that?
I visualized this, and I knew the finish would come. I just knew Cody didn't take me serious.
Yeah.
I told him all week at media. I said, "Don't worry about Sean, worry about me." And he just brushed it off. I said, "What am I worried about you for?" I feel like he didn't respect me as an opponent. He told me, "You big for this," and I had a point to prove tonight. Bantamweights can't just drop down to flyweight and think they can bang and think they can bully us. And with all the momentum now, two first round knockouts, taking out a former champ, I feel like it's my time.
Title shot next.
You know, if I'm a matchmaker, Mick, he didn't say yes or didn't say no when our management said to him, Kai's next for a title shot. So I think I made a statement tonight, taking out a former champ. It's a great story tale. Brandon Moreno versus Figueroa. You know, they've done it this will be the third time they're fighting. I fought Brandon 3 years ago back in 2019. It was a close fight. And he's done well since then. He's improved a lot, but so have I. And I feel like the other flyweights that I guess were ahead of me in the rankings, they're not here tonight. I'm here. It was my show tonight. So I feel like I've leapfrogged them, and I'll be next in line for the title shot. So I'll be the matchmaker. I can predict the future. Let's bring the UFC down to New Zealand. Let's do the flyweight title down there. I know would love it, and it's about time UFC came back down to our hometown.
You mentioned that you don't think he took you seriously. Do you think that's because he was dropping from bantamweight and he kind of just felt like the bigger guy and that sort of stuff? You know?
Oh, definitely. You know, these.
Nah, you're just that good. That's all you're gonna say, kid. You're just that good. He's good. He's a former champ, but you're better.
There we go. Talk your shit. Talk your shit, Dan. But no, I know I'm the best. I know I'm the best in the world. And tonight I proved that. Tonight I proved that I'm next in line for the title. I felt so calm in there tonight. I didn't feel any pressure. The pressure was all on him. And that's his bad if he didn't take me seriously, because it could have been his retirement fight. So when I knocked him out and then I walked over to him, you know, I just told him, "You're a legend in the sport, nothing but respect. There's no animosity. There's nothing personal. It's just business." And that's what I said to him.
Did you anticipate once you hit him hard once, he would kind of get a little bit crazy?
Yeah, I knew that's when he's most dangerous, when he gets hurt. And I knew when I clipped him, when I landed and found the shot, it was the beginning of the end. And before you knew it, you know, he was trying to go for a double leg. And that's when you know that's not in his nature. You know, he doesn't do that. So yeah, I knew he was hurt then. And I just had to listen to my corners. They were saying, just feint, just draw it out of him. And don't get hit with, a lucky shot. And eventually we found the button and we put him away. So pretty special moment. My wife and my son were in the crowd tonight. My son's first event. He's only 9 months old. So he had his earmuffs on. So pretty cool to, more than cool. Just special to know that that's his dad out there. And, this was for New Zealand. I know we've been doing it rough and all these lockdowns and the restrictions. So I know back home they're celebrating and, we'll be celebrating tonight in Vegas as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Tai, those guys, how big's the party tonight?
Woo, it's going to be the Kai and Tai show tonight, I think. It's it's well deserved. We've just to get to Vegas. We've been through a lot, so you got to celebrate the wins, as Dan Hooker says.
Congratulations,
appreciate it.
Kai, over here, there was a back and forth between O'Malley and Garbrandt during the press conference this week. And you just sat there in between them and no one asked you anything. And I was wondering what was going through your mind as these two were acting as if they were in the main event during the press conference.
I guess, I knew what I was bringing to the table. I don't need to talk about it. I don't need to, be loud and try to force my way into that confrontation. We're going to fight at the end of the day. And I back myself. I know I'm the best in the world. So I was going to let my talking do I was going to let my work do the talking tonight. So when I stared across from Cody, when we did that media day, I told him, "Don't worry about Sean, worry about me." And he brushed it off like I was nothing. He thought he was, going to take over the flyweight division. So I just shut that off tonight and I might have retired him. But it's just what we do at City Kickboxing. You know, we fight the best in the world. I know we've got the best gym in the world, and we proved that tonight. So we're pretty special, and yeah, just lucky to have all my teammates here, and yeah, I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Kai here in the back. What did you make of Garbrandt's striking while you were inside the cage with him? Because obviously he's heralded as this, really hard-hitting puncher. But what did you make of his striking?
I've never been hit with, the three ninjas, that little kick they do when they slide on the ground. I've never been kicked with something like that. But I was actually impressed. I was like, oh, yo, Cody's actually mixing it up now, not just relying on his hands. So I was like, oh, I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to me. When I stepped in the ring and I had ring control, and I was like, oh, I want to see what he brings. I want the best Cody. But yeah, once I started fainting and I started getting reactions, I knew that I can put it on him now. And then once I landed that first shot, I knew it was the beginning of the end. So, one of the best boxers in the UFC. But yeah, he's had his time. It's long overdue, and now it's my time. So I've got all the momentum now. There's no other flyweight doing what I'm doing in the division. And I've got my second first round knockout, and it's just the momentum now. So I feel like it's my time. I want that title shot against Brandon Moreno if he gets past Figueroa, which I feel like he will. You're seeing it now. Early 2022, I'll be getting that title shot.
Well, that kind of answers my next question, which was if you have a preference for Moreno and Figueroa, and it sounds like you clearly do. Do you have a message for the current champ?
Hey, Moreno. Let's get the rematch going, bro. But I know he's got business to take care of, but I feel like he will, do the same that he did to Figueroa in the second fight. And I'll wait. I'll wait for that title fight. I'll wait for that rematch. It's an exciting fight. There's a lot of guys in this division, but they're not here tonight. I was here. I put on a show. I took out a former champ. I've got my ticket. I think I've earned it.
And you mentioned that you would like to have a title fight in New Zealand, but you also said there's a lot of restrictions and lockdowns and stuff like that. Do you think it is realistic in the foreseeable future?
Well, New Zealand's opening up in April to international travelers. So anytime after April, the UFC could come to New Zealand, and we could get it done. So, if New Zealand is a bit too hard, Australia is the next best place. That they're opening up as well, and just to get a card down those ways would do everything for us. We'll be definitely missing the UFC, missing live fights. It's not the same. So, me and Tai putting on a show tonight just shows that it's about time the UFC came back down.
And as you mentioned, Tai, you said it's going to be the Kai and Tai show tonight. Does that mean we're going to see a couple of shoeies from you?
I don't know. I keep telling the boys, keep Tai away from me, but it's inevitable. Dan keeps saying unnegotiable, so I guess it's just get them going. Let's go.
All right, sounds good. Great
Appreciate
job.
it. Thank you.
Hey, Kai, I was wondering, you obviously talked about it. Usually it's the whole team, but now is all the focus on you.
Yeah.
Not as many of the guys are here with you. Can you just talk about how they were staying in touch with you and sending all that energy from New Zealand?
Yeah, so this week's been a bit difficult in regards to, normality with our coaching. But, I trust my team, and I've got so much wisdom and knowledge that I knew I was in good hands. Even though Eugene wasn't here, our head coach, I knew the game plan. We've been doing this for so long, working on the game plan for Cody Garbrandt for the last 3-4 months. So I was focused. I knew exactly what we needed to do. But that just comes down to my preparation and teammates that helped me prepare for this fight. Just staying calm, cool, collective. In these high pressure moments, no pressure was on me. I just felt at home. I felt like all the pressure was on Cody. And eventually we just had to find the shot. So I'm glad it all worked out, and I got the job done.
If usually when Adesanya fights, they seem to invite the rest of the guys, more of a party. Yeah. They did make it official for February. If they say, hey, Kai, do you want to be part of it in February? Is that too soon?
I'll do it if there's a title shot. If it's a title shot against Brandon, then I'll do it. But unless it's not a title shot, I'll wait. What's the rush? I put on a show tonight. I got the finish, my second first round knockout in the flyweight division. So I feel like I can wait for that title shot.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Anyone else? Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.